Good morning, everyone. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here. Week 2 of Lori Vallow Daybell's trial, the Doomsday Murder trial. I'm joined by Special Projects executive producer George Obi, and we are ready for witness number 13. And for all of you joining us, we are starting a half hour early, so 10 a.m. Pacific time for the trial to begin. But for you all, you'll get the stream at 10:30. Where do we start? Last week we had 12 witnesses, but really Thursday was the busiest day with 5 of them, and finishing off with Kay Woodcock, who we spoke to on Friday, who got to face off with her former sister-in-law.
Yeah, the jury's had all weekend now to kind of let that soak in. I would say the most, obviously the most notable witness, by far one of the most powerful, and the first week of the trial last week. And again, they've had 3 days to kind of sit on that, and they're back at it this morning.
I'm a little bit surprised at the pace of the prosecution already through 4 days, getting through 12 witnesses, and then you got to remember that Monday opening statements that took up the morning, and then they had a motion hearing early afternoon. So really, their first witness came on Monday afternoon. So we haven't seen a lot of lengthy cross-examination by Lori Vallow Daybell. Not that she has to cross-examine that long, but just comparing back to the last Idaho trial for her husband, Chad Daybell. I mean, John Pryor had a lot of cross-exam. I mean, we had more witnesses. It was a triple murder case. But we are watching Lori Vallow Daybell learn as she goes, acting as her own attorney. There are times that she doesn't object when she could have objected, especially during that last sort of tense cross-examination with Kay Woodcock.
Yeah, we figured this would be a theme here, that the state would want to get a lot of their witnesses in. I know there was a 6-week time frame for this trial.
Yeah, to be safe.
Yeah, I think Trina Kay is moving along at the pace she would like to move along at. She may not have been prepared. The lack of objections from Lori. Even Kay pointed out that she could have objected. Lori could have objected several times to some of the things Kay was saying on the stand last week. But like you said, this is the inexperience of someone who is clearly not an attorney trying to represent themselves in a high-profile case. I think we've seen maybe 2 or 3 objections in all. To my count, she's had 1 objection sustained.
Yeah, 1.
But most of the witnesses that we saw later in the week last week, Lori had no interest in cross-examining.
Yeah, specifically the technical side of things, the detective, and then the one that went over Leighton Prince.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she had 1 question or a couple questions regarding DNA and if they actually test the DNA on the baseball bat, but we were told that goes off to a state lab. So there's a lot of people in the courtroom today.
Mm-hmm.
From what we're hearing, it's packed house, and I saw we're looking at a feed, and we saw Colby Ryan, Lori Vallow Daybell's son, back again. And then we also have a detective on the Idaho case, Ray Hermosillo, who was a huge part in that case for both Chad and Lori's trials. So, yeah, I mean, there must be some inkling of this could be the week where we get through all of the state's witnesses. Only 9 more to go. And then could they rest their case by Thursday? And then what does Lori Vallow Daybell do? She's attempted some subpoenas for witnesses. How does that work out? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we're still kind of waiting on that. I guess we'll see how these 9 witnesses play out this week. This is, I think, part of the case where we start to see a lot more from Chandler PD, start to see more of their investigative work after the shooting. And then, of course, as we've talked about, the text messages, which will certainly come into play, the messages between Lori and Chad, or Lori and other family members. I guess we will see how Lori handles that as well, and whether or not she finds a way, if her legal counselor has given her kind of an avenue to go into with some of these witnesses, because the questions that she's going to set up, I think, will kind of dictate the pace of her case as we get closer to calling her witnesses. Like you said, 12 last week. It's conceivable that we get through 9 this week. We are, again, as we mentioned, starting earlier today and tomorrow. And what impact that has? Do we end earlier, I guess?
That extra half hour.
Yeah. And it can be a lot. Trina's pacing has been great throughout all this. She's, she has done a lot of redirect as well. So if Lori ever cross directs on the handful of occasions that she has, Trina, I think, has kind of set up her motive is, redirect, get her case back into the minds of jurors. And I would suspect, we had a few days last week that were a little dry when it came to testimony. I don't expect any of that testimony this week to be that dry.
She probably redirects every witness that
Yep.
Lori has crossed. Lori hasn't crossed them all, but Trina is basically setting the tone that this is my case. You're not a lawyer, and I'm going to make sure you know that I have a lot of evidence in this case, and she has no other prosecutor next to her doing direct exam or any cross exam. She is leading the whole way on this, as she's the only one that we've seen. And then next to her is basically her paralegal, and then Detective Nate Duncan with Chandler Police. He will take the stand as well, but he is a huge X factor in this case, specifically with the text messages that were obtained that basically detail what Charles was going through, what Charles and Lori were saying to each other, and he testified in the Idaho trial as well. So that is going to be very important to see there. I want to clarify some things. You guys, if you've watched the interview we did with Kay Woodcock and her siblings, we had talked about what the jury may be thinking regarding what happened to the people in the Chandler home aside from Lori Vallow Daybell. Now, back to opening statements, you may or may not remember Lori Vallow Daybell was able to mention that Alex died of a natural disease or circumstance 5 months later after the shooting. So the jury may remember, okay, that guy that's involved in the shooting that pulled the trigger, he's now dead. But they do not know anything about JJ and Tylee. And that would be huge if the door was open to that information.
Well, and, there was an objection, obviously. We've said before, this is kind of the elephant in the room. If you're a juror, we know a few of them had some knowledge of this case, but it seemed very limited.
Very.
I have to imagine, though, that, again, the elephant in the room is, where are the children? You kind of know what happened to Alex. You obviously know what happened to Charles. But when it comes to the kids, if they haven't figured that out already, a lot of the pieces, I think, are going to fall into place this week, and they're going to be able to kind of put two and two together if they have no clue.
They don't have a clue of what happened in Idaho and how quickly, Lori Vallow Daybell got things together and moved out there after the shooting of Charles Vallow. They have not heard the audio of the life insurance beneficiary call where she found out that she was not the beneficiary. They do know that she was not the beneficiary and that it had been changed. Now that we have Kay Woodcock's testimony, they're getting a real inside look into this motivation to be the beneficiary and this obviously angry response where any spouse would be upset, right, if they found out that their husband or their wife had changed them as a beneficiary.
Upset enough to kill, though. That's
the circumstances surrounding this has now been laid out with the dark spirits and the alleged threats Lori was making about being a translated being, how she would hurt Charles. And they haven't even seen that body camera video yet of him pleading his case to Gilbert PD back in January 2019. So that is all still being worked through for the prosecution to show that she had a motivation. And it wasn't just religious, but mainly the money in trying to make sure that she was the beneficiary here. So it is 10 o'clock right now. We are going to make sure everything is tied up and get things ready. We're going to take a quick break, and then at 10:30, you guys will see the stream of Day 5 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. 667 of you watching. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Okay, we are back. We were tuning in to the live feed of the trial, and right now the court is waiting for one juror to make it. Remember, they were told to be here a half hour early, starting at 10 a.m. rather than 10:30, and then it appears that Lori Vallow Daybell's paralegal is not there yet, so they're taking a little bit of time to get things going today, even for a planned early day in court. And then another thing that we've just learned is that the state has filed a motion to preclude the defendant's witnesses. So we can assume here, obviously, she has subpoenaed Joseph Pongratz, the landlord of the home. She has subpoenaed a couple detectives, and I believe she's tried to subpoena Tylee Ryan's best friend. Her name is Vicia, a young lady who spent a lot of time with Tylee, but they had lost some touch, and then obviously Tylee moved to Idaho before her tragic murder. So there are some witnesses here that are on the table, and we want to get our hands on that motion to see exactly what the state's argument is. They're not having a hearing for that right now, but the judge just wants to make sure we have everybody ready so they can start a day 5 of trial.
Yeah, again, it's Monday. As we all know, things happen. So we have a juror that's late arriving. Lori's paralegal just walked into the courtroom, and we're 6 minutes into the start of court.
Okay, she just walked in?
Yep, paralegal just walked in. We know the judge is going to hear the motions at 1:15 today, so that'll be right when they come back from their scheduled lunch break. But again, pieces starting to fall into place, but Trina K is ready to go.
So I'm thinking, and we got to do the math every time. So 1:15, they will hear this motion, and then lunch is supposed to be done. They get back around 1:30. So maybe this is not supposed to take that long. I think they still expect to start their lunch break at 12. They were just aiming to get extra time this morning to go over evidence, but here we are. It's about 10:07, and we are waiting for this last juror. So basically, things have gone back to the normal schedule in a way, and we'll see if we can fit in that motion hearing by the state, precluding. I mean, this is not an uncommon strategy. They basically got rid of Lonnie Dworkin already, her expert witness.
Yeah.
So now if you do take away her witnesses based on this whole subpoena issue, and that they have not been able to interview these witnesses, some of these witnesses, perhaps, obviously, if you're Chandler Police, yes, the prosecutor is very familiar with their information, but this is their way of taking away any help that Lori can get, if she can get any.
Yeah, making it a typical prosecutor, trying to make things more difficult for her. I will say we talked a lot about her Lori's inexperience, at doing something like this. I thought Kay, if you didn't watch the interview that Justin did with Kay and the family last week, go check it out. One of the things that struck me that I'm not surprised by, but Kay obviously was watching Lori, and it sounds like some of the family members, when Kay took the stand, were watching Lori. She appeared very nervous. I think this is, and again, another theme, right? You have somebody who is out of their element, knows that they're representing themselves in a high-profile case, but they at one point commented she was shaking.
Yeah, that's what Kay said.
Yeah, the adrenaline pumping and knowing that you have all these eyeballs on you, and we understand that no matter what happens in this case, Lori's probably aware. She's going back to Idaho either way, but this is, again, a reoccurring theme that we're going to have, where you have Lori, who is clearly very nervous, trying to work with her paralegal to get her, get as much done as she can. But this, I fully expect this week to be the most nerve-wracking for her, because I think this is the week her case is hinged on when it comes to the prosecution, the witnesses that are put on the stand. This is where I think the jury's going to make or break her.
Well, how are you going to cross-examine these lead detectives that know the case so well? And in her mind, no one knows the case better than her, but she has a different lens. Her perspective is skewed, right? But these detectives here have all the evidence, all the text messages, where they're going to argue that there is a clear conspiracy set up between her and Alex, and also Chad Daybell as well. Like, Chandler PD wanted a charge for Chad Daybell, but that was basically not taken by the county attorney's office. So he's going to be very clear in these messages too.
Yeah, and is this the week where we've seen some of the body camera video that is out there with available? We've aired some of it.
We got it.
We haven't heard much from it. We've seen it. It's been shown in court, but we haven't heard much. And I think, as Mel McDonald, who we've had on a lot last week, has kind of referenced, when the jury hears that, when they see it and they hear it, whether it's outside the home after the shooting, whether it's in the interrogation room, which I fully expect you're going to start hearing some of that this week, I think that's going to resonate when they see her demeanor in the hours after this shooting. I think the jury's going to probably pick up on some of that, but this should be the week where we hear a lot of that.
And Kay mentioned that Lori was allegedly shaking or trembling or getting real nervous when it was about time for her to cross-examine, and near the end of this direct exam, that's what she had found out, I guess, through Trina. But we don't know if that's the case for all the witnesses. She seemed to be even confident to cross-examine her brother, Adam Cox, and ask him if he remembered having her green chili chicken enchiladas, and how they had lost touch. So basically trying to show that he's not credible at all, because he doesn't know her like that anymore, even though he was very much communicating with Charles leading up to his murder, to his shooting. But Kay wasn't intimidated at all, and I think she's saying, like, for Lori, this is the witness. If you're going to be nervous, this was the one, because they just have such a deep history that the jury's not aware of. I mean, Lori killed her grandson, J.J. Vallow. And so there's so much there. There's 2 trials behind Kay. and one for Lori where she's been convicted. This
I
is a lot.
There is a lot, and maybe when we have our panel on at lunch, love to get their perspective since we didn't get a chance to talk to them after Lori finished. They thought it went, and how they think the jury would read into that whatever it was 10-minute, not even 10-minute exchange.
And it felt like 3 questions that someone corrected me, and they're right. It was really just 5 questions. She asked Kay, where were you on that day?
Yeah.
And she was in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And then she asked her basically if she had seen her conspire. She asked her if she knew what happened on that morning, and she says, no, because you didn't tell me anything.
Right.
And then she says, I didn't see you conspire, but I've seen a lot of evidence that did. And that was the big KO. So really she got about 5 questions in, and Lori could have kept going, but maybe it benefits her not to continue to cross-examination. But that's the note we left on. The
and
jury
I think
remembers that if we're all talking about it.
They do, and maybe that's something her paralegal got into her ear about. Like, look, don't, as we've said before, don't make this so personal, because these are 12 people who I think can read the room enough to know that this could backfire on her if they make it personal.
Yeah, and it looks like they're back and about to get started. So you guys will still get to see this at 10:30. For those asking if I'm an attorney, no way. I wish I would have went to law school. I'm learning with you guys, and we will have our panel of legal experts during the lunch break as well today. We expect to have Rachel Smith back, Mel McDonald, Taylor Larson, and Benjamin Taylor. So it's going to be a great lunch break with you all. We'll see you in a little bit.
why there wasn't an arrest immediately, or why it took a while for the case to be charged. Is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay. Let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late. Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone?
We're still missing one. I'm about to call him right now.
Okay, still missing a juror. So I think we're gonna have to wait a few minutes to see if this juror's gonna. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, you're looking at the state seal in the courtroom. We are just about to begin in a moment. Some scheduling had to be addressed, and at some point, the witness will come in, the 13th witness in this trial, to take his oath, and then will take the stand to testify against Lori Vallow Daybell. You're watching the Doomsday Murder Trial on the Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. 883 of you watching. Thank you so much. Please subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. We'll be having coverage all throughout the day, recesses and the lunch break, and after trial ends for the day. This is day 5 in this trial that is supposed to last 5 to 6 weeks. Now, will that happen? Most likely not, based on the pace. We have 13 witnesses today and only 8 more after that. And then the question is, who will Lori Vallow Daybell call? There has been a motion to preclude her witnesses, and we are in the process of obtaining that paperwork so we can read through that. And there will be most likely a short hearing today at least to address that. Good morning to Brittany and everyone watching who has been chatting with us today. Callie Tigris, thank you for joining in. About 1,000 of you watching right now. This is going to be back-to-back trials. These will be back-to-back trials. We're talking about the second one, the case for Brandon Boudreaux, who was shot at on October 2nd, 2019. Judge Boreski wants to move quickly, and after this is done, we expect to have that trial start in early June jury selection as far as questionnaires and voir dire will take place at the end of May. We are in mid-April right now, so it looks like things should time out well. But the only factor here is more pretrial publicity, as you can see all the coverage that has been focused on the so-called Doomsday Mom leading up to this trial and through this. So that will be the challenge, as right now we have 14 jurors down to only 2 alternates, and one of the jurors was running late today, hence why we're seeing this delay. But this next witness, as we told you, Dr. Derek Bumgarner with the county's medical examiner office, very crucial in telling us exactly how Charles was shot.
Yeah, this is the part of the case that we were expecting this week. We're getting more into detail about the shooting, the scene, and of course the subsequent investigation. It's important to note that the jury, again, Monday, first thing this morning, they're going to hear from medical examiner. They're going to see things from the autopsy. Kind of interesting way to start this case this week, right out of the gate. You end last week with emotional testimony from Kay. You go home for the weekend. First thing Monday morning, you get hit in the face with the medical examiner talking, in specific detail about what was uncovered in the autopsy the day after. Really, it's 2 days after. It was the 13th. So, if you're the part of the jury, if you're not awake at 10 a.m., you are awake now, because, again, a lot of what's being presented right now is pretty graphic. At least it would be considered graphic for most people. And we should, warn you that you're not going to see a lot of this. Most of what you're going to see from the courtroom this morning is just going to be tight shots on the witness and maybe the attorneys.
You'd have to be in the courtroom
Yeah.
to see this. They are not going to focus in on the projector screen, but as they describe all the exhibits, about 27 exhibits that have been submitted right now in real time, and most likely there'll be more exhibits put in, but this medical examiner is crucial to presenting the case that Charles Vallow was laying flat on his back when that second shot went through him, and the lack of injuries to other parts of the body. Really, you have 2 gunshot wounds, and that will be the focus today to show what happened between Alex Cox and Charles, because as we all know, we can only imagine what happened inside that room, in that house. The only one who really can say they remember how things went down is Lori Vallow Daybell, but her credibility is not great in this overall big picture, because she's saying that this was self-defense.
Well, and that's the again, the crux of all of this. Was it self-defense? And will the jury learn from the autopsy results whether or not it is? Now, police have already deemed that such, that this was self-defense. We've talked about it. Lori doesn't want to deviate from it. She wants the jury to remember that police deem this self-defense, and she wants to keep it that way. So Trina, Prosecutor Kay, is going to have to kind of weave in and out of that to set up, again, to establish anyway that this was some sort of premeditated effort on behalf of Lori and Alex. And so I think you mentioned it. We could see this witness on the stand for most of today, certainly for a majority of the morning.
Because it's so technical, and this is your only forensic pathologist here that's testifying, and the forensic pathologist, the medical examiner that actually did the autopsy. And so there's going to be a lot of questions there. Right now we can hear the judge talking about the last juror getting ready to come in. Let's take a listen.
A couple minutes while he's on his way up. I had asked the advisory council and the state regarding our second trial if they'd be willing to forego the first day, or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial. Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
So the judge was talking about the 28th of May, correct?
No, June. June. The judicial conference is June 25, 26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th. half trial.
I'm fine with that.
It's fine with us also, Judge.
Okay, so. And if I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
So the remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it. And then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th. And anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark. Then 3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And then June 30th through June 3rd. That's over 3 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how much longer this trial lasts, we'll be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet? Yeah.
I know for March 20th, you said the afternoon. Could I recommend the morning just because we have 3, if you're going to,
Which date?
for the pre-screening on March 20,
Not March, May.
May 29th, sorry. Could we go in the morning? If we have 300, I know we took most of the morning on, for this trial to go through 200 or 160. I just am concerned if we only do it in the afternoon of the 29th.
Here's my issue is I was scheduled to be out of state and I'm actually going to fly back early that morning to get this done. So we can start at 12:30 or something like that, but I don't think I can get back early enough. There may be additional publicity issues as a result of this trial, but I still think 300 jurors would be enough. Does the state want to weigh in on that?
I think that's enough, Your Honor. I think we'll follow the same method of just striking anyone that has any concept.
All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right, our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury. All right, please be seated. The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office.
What do you do there?
So I perform autopsies. I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
And when did you start working here at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us what areas those?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Let's start with, what does board certification mean?
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days. And then in forensic pathology, it's an 8-hour exam on one day.
And can you tell us what forensic and anatomical pathology are?
Sure. Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies, to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing. So think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have any ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the body to essentially find out why a person died.
And do you write a report after you complete your autopsy?
I do.
Does each autopsy at the Maricopa County medical examiners have a case number associated with it?
Yes.
And are there also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal bring up to the witness 152 through 179 that have previously been shown to defendant. Doctor, do you recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you. So, when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we are talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71 and a half inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No.
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
So, if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. Oop. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
Put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands. Do you look to an individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes, yes, we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure.
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159, 158. Did you note a little bit of abrasion on his left hand?
Yes, I did.
And a little bit more here on his fingers?
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed?
No.
And no other blood transfer on those?
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And are police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affix on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch? Cracked face or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Put up Exhibit 154, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
Put up Exhibit 164. As you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that, again, another close-up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes,
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters. There are also abrasions on the opposite side. They are much smaller and look almost like pinpricks. That could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Can you tell us, when you're looking at an entrance wound like this and you're looking for, you said stippling, what is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder, while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
Okay. When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw
Yes.
and photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us what that tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks, for a handgun, typically the range is, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot, though?
I did not, no.
Okay. So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that,
Yes.
showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put 168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be slit-like, as it is in this case, and Typically, they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart. It then hit 2 chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. And then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through Charles's heart.
Yes.
Was that wound immediately fatal?
Not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when someone is struck in the heart, could they live from seconds up to minutes?
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Have you testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes.
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
He could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes.
Given the abrasions to Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you were going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
That is a trajectory rod passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
I do, yes.
So for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes.
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
Yes.
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
Correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some,
Yes.
or a size difference between people?
Yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, no.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes.
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound?
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling?
I did not.
Any soot?
No.
So would that tell you that the individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
Not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
Put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to put some closer up photographs, 176 and 177. What did you note about this exit wound?
This exit wound appears a little bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
What is a shored exit wound?
A short exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface while the bullet is exiting the skin.
Does that cause sort of this different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound?
It does.
If a person was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot, would you expect to see a short exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the skin, have you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
Have you seen other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
I mean, they're relatively rare, so maybe less than 50.
When you were looking at this exit wound on Charles Vallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical shored wound?
This is textbook worthy.
Now, just like the other wound, did you determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles Vallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I did.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
So the prior shot had a 1 1/4 inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes,
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help better describe that trajectory?
I did.
Put up Exhibit 179. Can you orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoraco-abdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow.
Yes,
Okay. And what we see here is that his back.
yes,
And is this the spine?
yes,
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
yes.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes,
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes,
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored,
no, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow.
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that shored wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes.
Is that done here?
It was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Dr. Baumgartner, you did a toxicology report in this case?
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
There are 16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not, no.
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested? And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well, is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience?
Is what typical?
For them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner?
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes,
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a T-shirt or anything like that.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how tough that material would be?
I am not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Doctor, if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of, would have caused a shored wound, would you have expected to see the shored wound also to the other exit?
Certainly, if both the exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a shored wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here.
No.
Only one shored wound.
Correct.
The other exit, not at all.
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs. Was there anything about Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up. Were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question
No, Your Honor.
from the state?
You were asked about the blood potentially in the lung versus the cavity. When someone is struck in the heart through the different locations that you saw in Mr. Vallow, where do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure, if the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time the death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
In any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Yes.
And that's what you saw.
Yes.
You were also asked about blood in the throat or mouth. Does the absence of that indicate that the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot in the heart?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. State will call Mark, sorry.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in. Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Mark, sorry, S-A-A-R-I.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
What How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So there's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Okay. Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they would pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
Okay. How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
Okay. And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage. I'd have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. Let me see if I have the right one here. If I can have my paralegal approach.
It would have been on February 24th, 2006.
And you can leave that with me. Thank you. During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death?
She was.
And what did Lori Vallow tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to J.J. Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out.
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214. Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letters sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for J.J. Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business
Yes.
at or near the time of that decision?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. One, please. Thank you. All right. I'll start with 213. Maybe autofocus there. Okay. So what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, J.J. Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that J.J. Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically, she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Cross.
Mr. Sari, does Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits, is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue, so I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could receive that.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. But it is possible, you're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay. And what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate, is that correct?
I investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse with Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security, is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes, so you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office.
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that, and we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits, for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if the individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In this situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother and care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you were applying for. It should not be any confusion about what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay, so if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Testifying.
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
Object again to testify.
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother and care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant if they received a letter in the mail to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. So it's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
You'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one to your knowledge that you remember?
Yes.
You've seen my applications.
Yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother, child, and care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Again, object to.
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child and care as well. Two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so is there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you were receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you had provided at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
So if I thought I was getting, if a person So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I've reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was, once again, the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
To take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, They want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct, or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No,
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
the benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security,
Speculation to testifying, to ask and answer.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
so it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
So you are not aware of that?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
I was not.
So you do not really know what was said. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
And who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss. Yeah.
Sustained.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct,
He was my ASAC at the time.
and that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
August 12th of 2019, when Ms. Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes.
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
Yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Ms. Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance,
Correct.
children that they had,
Yes.
that they were still living together,
Yes.
and then discussed what she would be applying for.
Yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all. No.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get?
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child, is that correct?
Yes.
As well as benefits for them as the mother of that child.
Yes.
So in addition to the initial letter after that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters, Exhibits 213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
Correct.
One letter was sent to her specifically for JJ,
Yes.
and the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in care of JJ.
Yes.
And that's the one where we saw it was her name for JJ.
Yes.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes.
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
Yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother-child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Okay, you are looking at Mark Sari, the special agent with SSA there. He just finished pretty much his testimony, his direct examination with prosecutor Trina Kay. It was cross-examined by Lori Vallow Daybell. But right now, this happens where jurors have questions, and so the court will take a sidebar. They'll get on their headsets and figure out what those questions are, and there can be objections to those juror questions as well. But from what we've seen here, Lori Vallow Daybell's questioning, she's basically trying to imply or make it appear that in Hawaii, after she got married on November 5th, 2019, to Chad Daybell, that she went to SSA and reported her new marriage. Now, if she would have done so, if she did report that she had gotten remarried, then the benefits for her mother, child in care benefits, about $2,000 there that she was getting, that would have ceased. Now, JJ Vallow being a survivor in this case, and being that Charles was his adoptive father, he still would have gotten the $2,000. But as we know in the Idaho case, and we'll talk more about this at the lunch break, but as we know, she kept on collecting Social Security benefits for JJ and Kylie while they were already dead, months after. And so Mark Sari here will be reaffirming that he began his investigation in January 2020. So there's a lot of precursor details here that have to do with Idaho. And so right now we're just waiting on this question. So that's why you see that there's no audio right now. Let's bring in George. We're taking some quick breaks here, but we want to just talk you guys through this. I don't know what your thoughts are, but please drop your questions as we get ready for the lunch panel coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. So the state has been moving at great pace with their witnesses right now. This was witness number 14.
Yes, this is a great.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, this is the witness, again, that will help set up the motive part. One of them, anyway. We're kind of into the meat of the prosecution's case now.
Money.
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 He talks a little bit about he was brought on to investigate fraud. He was obviously not at the meeting where she changed or where she inquired about the benefits the day after the murder. And then, of course,
August 12th, 2019 was the appointment, and Lori has asked him, basically why he's not very privy to what goes on at an appointment with an employee of SSA. And he's saying, I'm the investigator. I investigate fraud, waste, and abuse. But, talking about your application, he's seen the application. He knows what the application is for. She's trying to poke holes, and I thought many times this could have opened the door to, if she asked why, if she would have done something like that, that would be foolish to ask, why were you investigating me in January 2020? That would have brought us to the whole disappearance of the kids. And the jurors are now asking themselves, they're learning about JJ and Tylee, but they're not learning a lot. And there's looming questions they have to have in their minds.
Well, and this first time that we've had, I think, testimony surrounding JJ like this, we heard his name last week and some of the witnesses, but now we're seeing and hearing the layout of what was part of this saga after the death. And that was, again, the benefits that JJ clearly was getting his own check.
$19.51
right,
per month.
Right. And was getting the similar amount, or they were handing out a similar amount for, again, spousal survivor benefits because Lori had custody of JJ. And so the nuance of him trying to explain what the difference was. But again, he even made it clear, look, I'm just brought in when there's fraud suspected.
The jurors need to pay attention to this number. The total is $4,000. At some point, you bring in Chandler Police and you detail a text message where Lori texts Chad and says that Charles changed the life insurance beneficiary and he must have changed it when he was possessed. That's basically what she's saying. And that I will still get the $4,000 in Social Security. So she is reassuring Chad that, like, we're good on money. Now, would she want that $1 million? Of course, because we know her reaction to finding out that Kay was a beneficiary.
I have a couple questions.
All right, here we go.
Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
Based on those questions, did the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Do you have any follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's, again,
But you're,
testifying.
so would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of these Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database, and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, that, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, to be clear, does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
They don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you miss?
Correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
And you did access it.
Yes.
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you at no point sought any information to indicate that changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019.
Correct.
Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start?
I do.
Go ahead.
I may go get her.
All right, you're going to come right up here. Stand right here in front of this bar, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Does the court reporter have a seat to my left?
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company,
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of a policy?
Yes.
I want to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does someone go about getting life insurance?
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about an agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary, but the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same?
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
As well? Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they, when someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
As us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and change that to a different person?
Yes.
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
Correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, they say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes.
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
Yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Okay. Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's $500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215?
Go ahead.
Looking at 215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents,
Yes.
as well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019
Yes.
that we were just discussing? In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
And do you recognize that as the call from July 15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
And if we could perhaps break at this point
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's take our lunch recess for the jury. Please remember the admonition will resume with the jury at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so right now the jurors have been excused for lunch. On the stand right now is a Robin Smith Scott. She is with Banner Life Insurance, as you heard, and she was taking a look at that phone call that Lori Vallow made back in July of 2019, just days after Charles was shot and killed.
Yeah, you can.
We have
step-
some more
you can step down
housekeeping
there.
to go over, so let's take a listen.
We attempted a sidebar during the previous witness. There were a number of questions. We had some technical difficulty with our headsets, so some of it didn't get captured by the court reporter. So for the record, on juror question form number 8, there were 3 questions. The first question was, were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation, which we did ask the last witness. Neither side objected to that question. The second question, if an applicant lied on an application, would an applicant have to pay back money they received? Both the state and the defense agreed that that question should not be asked, and it was not asked. The third question, did Lori notify Social Security of her remarriage or new marriage? The state did not object to, the defendant did object to that question as to its relevance. The state's argument was that it went toward motive. The court did ultimately ask that question of the witness. I think that's a accurate recitation of what happened at the sidebar. Does the state want to add anything or correct anything? Does the defendant want to add or correct anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Secondly, before I forget, I'm going to order that the clerk file the email that was sent by the state to my staff advisory council and the legal assistant for the defendant on Friday, April 11th at 4:35 p.m. And that's the email regarding the service of the subpoena on Bobby Vallow. Can we take up these motions that we referenced this morning at 1:15?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have a time to read those over the lunch?
I will try to, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll address those at 1:15. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll be recessed till 1:15.
Okay, we are officially in the lunch recess for day 5 of the Doomsday murder trial, and the state is moving at a great pace. I mean, we're on witness number 15, Robin Smith Scott. We're going to go into the lunch break or finish the lunch break, and then we still have a motion hearing at 1:15 Pacific time because the state wants to preclude Lori Vallow Daybell's witnesses. We just learned that on Friday she had subpoenaed Robert Vallow, aka Bobby Vallow. That's the youngest brother of Kay Woodcock, and so I don't know when he was supposed to appear, but he finally was served on Friday in Texas. But we obtained the state's third motion to preclude defendants' witnesses. It's not too long, but that's basically what they're going to go over after the break. It says the state of Arizona, through undersigned counsel, requests this court preclude noticed defense witnesses Vaisia Itaahu, Gabriel Bonilla, Ashlyn Wren, Barry Cox, and Zachary Cox. We know Barry Cox is Lori's dad. Zachary Cox, her nephew, the son of Adam Cox. To date, this says the state has been unable to interview Vaisia Gabriel Bonilla, Ashlyn Rind, or Barry Cox. The state has checked ICIS. It does not appear that these witnesses have been subpoenaed. Although the state has interviewed Zachary Cox, ICIS shows that he has not been subpoenaed. Furthermore, the state is unaware of any relevant information that this witness would have for this trial. So we are going to get some sort of decision, hopefully today, on what witnesses Lori can call. And this should be interesting because it's only about 6 more witnesses to call for the state.
Yeah, and again, you said they're making, some pretty good progress in their case. We should go back for those joining us. Appreciate it on the stream today. Quite a lot of
3,300.
people. Real quick, we started the morning in pretty graphic fashion, at least if you're from the jury's perspective. Maricopa medical examiner, Dr. Derek Baumgartner, took the stand, was on to start the morning, and they immediately came out of the gate with the autopsy photos for Charles.
Yeah, that is going to send a message to the jury, really getting a look at the victim in this tragic case here and showing that there were no real injuries aside from the 2 gunshot wounds. And they get really into detail on how Charles Vallow was laying supine, flat on his back, the trajectory of the bullet, and how Alex Cox, the shooter in this case, could have been facing him, how he was suggested to be towards his feet and then pointing at Charles Vallow from a short distance. But right now, this insurance witness is key because we know that in the call, and I don't know if the jury will be able to hear this call, but this call, Lori does not talk about a shooting. She calls it an accident. And she very well could have believed that this was an accident and that she was going to receive $1 million, but she finds out that she's not the beneficiary. Robert, I want to listen to bite 9.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes,
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes,
Was that notarized?
yes,
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
So multiple times now the jury has heard that Kay Woodcock was made to be the beneficiary. Now joining us, we have our esteemed panel here. Thank you for being here. Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho case against Lori Vallow Daybell. Mel McDonald, the judge, former prosecutor, judge, and U.S. attorney for the District of Arizona. Benjamin Taylor, our criminal defense attorney here, who's been following this all along. And then Taylor Larson, Charles Vallow's former attorney, who I want to get to right off the bat because you told me about this life insurance change and what Charles was dealing with, and that he said he was basically hacked regarding his password. Take me back to that time in February 2019.
Yeah, Justin, I'm wondering if that will come out at all in the testimony after lunch. I'm not sure what they will do with that, but because I would be interested to hear the recording that Banner Life Insurance supposedly has of someone calling and holding themselves out to be Charles to change the password or the PIN number on the account so that Charles could not change the beneficiary. And that's what brought it to our attention when we had filed for divorce. We were in the midst of trying to really get Lori served with the divorce papers and get in front of a judge so that we could establish some court orders as to JJ's safety. But that, Charles, he emailed me and he's like, hey, I just tried to change the beneficiary, or I got a notification from my life insurance saying someone changed the PIN number. to my policy, and I didn't do that. So he then called them, and they said, yeah, we had someone called in, and they held themselves out to be you, and they changed the password. And so they had to do some investigation, and he emailed me right away with that information and said, if anything happens to me, please know that I want the life insurance money to go to my sister, Ethel K. Woodcock, to try to hold so that if something had happened before, he could change the beneficiary and they could do the investigation to determine whether, it was fraud on the account to change the password. He wanted to make sure that that money did not go to Lori.
He had no doubt that it was Lori with the password change.
Yeah, he said it's got to be Lori and Alex, and it's probably Alex calling saying that they're me using my social security number and my information to make that change. And we never heard what happened with Banner's investigation of who did that. All we know is that they later cleared the account and said, that we were going to flag this. This wasn't Charles, and Charles, they were able to identify Charles, and he was able to then change the beneficiary, as the witness just testified to, through a change of beneficiary form.
Rachel, what do you think of Trina's strategy here, bringing Robin Smith Scott on to talk about the policy right after we got into all the Social Security benefits and the remarriage? It's a lot of details, but I think money now is such a focus today.
Yeah, thank you for having me, by the way. Yeah, I think Trina is doing a great job setting forward the financial motive. Usually there's a motive in a murder case. You don't have to prove it. But in this case, when you have it, you use it to help the jury understand how and why someone dies. And in this case, putting the Social Security together with the life insurance really sets up that financial motive that Lori wanted Charles gone, but wanted his money.
And then she goes on there on cross and follow-up questions, asking if he was aware or suggesting that she could have reported that new marriage in Hawaii at SSA, but there's no record of that. Benjamin Taylor, was that any benefit to her getting in front of the jury and basically questioning this special agent?
I think Lori needs to keep it moving from these witnesses. All these witnesses are prosecution witnesses. And these witnesses are there to damage and hurt Lori Vallow's case. So she needs to just ask one or two questions and keep it moving, because the more she talks, the more she cross-examines witnesses that show, evidence that he might have had a motive to kill her ex-husband. It doesn't help her. So one of the rules as a criminal defense attorney is you need to keep it moving to the next witness. And there's a witness on the stand who's going to talk and damage your case.
And Mel, there were a lot of objections sustained there. She did keep repeating these questions to the Social Security agent about the application and really getting into the weeds. And a lot of objections came out of that. What did you think?
Yes, what amazes me about the progress of this case, and it is moving rapidly, I think the state is doing a brilliant job of laying out the motives. Today, the case is about the money. It's about the insurance. It's almost chilling to hear the benefits that these children are going to bring in now that the father is dead, and the various claims that are being made by people. Once again, this reinforces my belief from day one that it is catastrophic that Lori is representing herself. She comes across as very bright. She's articulate. You can tell she's done a lot of work in the case. But as Benjamin has pointed out, she is dragging it on, and almost with each question, she adds a new dagger into her case. I think each day has been very telling today. In the money part of it, I think they're getting right to the core of the motive for this murder.
Yeah, I want to listen to it again. Lori grilling Sorry, or trying to grill him about the benefits. Let's take bite 7.
So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I've reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you, receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was, once again, the 2 applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
To take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct. Or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
So it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Multiple objections there. Now, Rachel Smith, you guys had in Idaho for your team. Mark Sari took the stand, I think in both trials, for sure, trial number 1. Now, why is this so important? Where is Lori going with this cross?
What this witness sets up is Lori's need for the Social Security money and then how she eventually spent it on herself. And that the money was intended for JJ, was intended for Tylee, it was intended for JJ's caregiver. In reality, Trina's going to come out and show that she spent it on herself. Lori on the cross is trying to set up the idea that someone told her that she had to spend the whole amount of money. It's not a bad tactic, but with a fraud investigator like Mark Sari, who now this will be at least the third, but he also testified before other bodies. So at least the third, probably the fourth time he's testified to this subject. So Lori really should just take her answer and get away from this witness. But I get what she's trying to do, which is attack him, try to suggest that somebody told her she had to spend it all, which is an excuse for why she spent it the way she did. But this witness is very clearly not going to have that and didn't have that answer.
Would this almost open the door to all the details in Idaho? I was thinking that it was getting there. She asked him about the timeline and when he began his investigation in January 2020, and I would think that she was aware of that.
Yeah, that sort of question can open the door. I think that portion did not, but I think how she spent the money, the timing of it, if Trina wants to use it, it's clearly evidence of her conspiracy to want Charles dead. It's part of that motive. So the door is open. The question is whether the prosecutor thinks they need it or chooses ultimately to put on the other evidence to go there. A lot of times the door may be open with a pro se defendant, and as a prosecutor, you're conservative and choose not to go there. But I think we'll see later on with a couple of the other witnesses who looked at some of the finances, some conversation of this.
Taylor, we finally got to see on the stand the medical examiner's office giving us details into the autopsy. We've been waiting for this. We've had the autopsy report, but it's very clear that the evidence shows he was laying flat on his back when that second shot hit. What were your thoughts on that testimony and what it does for this case?
Yeah, I mean, that was tough to hear. I think from anybody's perspective, even anybody that doesn't know Charles personally, just from a human perspective, you think what the jury members are thinking when they see the evidence and hear Dr. Baumgartner kind of lay out the trajectory and how the second shot traveled, 13 inches through Charles's body on an upward trajectory. I thought it was very interesting to hear the jury questions afterwards, and the fact that one of the jurors asked, was the heart still beating at the time the second shot went through when it hit the lung, because there was blood in the thoracic cavity. That was a question that I had on my mind when I was listening to the testimony this morning, and to hear that, was it a kill shot? And I think that that's kind of what the juror was hinting at and trying to see, was Charles still alive? Could he have been revived? Because if it's a clear self-defense, and he's been neutralized, he's on the ground bleeding out, could he have been saved at that point, or did the second shot deliver the final blow, or the kill shot to say?
Jurors have had very good questions. They're clearly paying attention here, and they know how long it took for Alex to call 911, and they know that it doesn't seem that CPR was done at all on Charles when he was laying there, pretty much lifeless. Now, we talk about a toxicology report. Mel, Lori crosses the medical examiner and asks if they test for HGH or testosterone. What is she implying there?
You're going to have to get a mind reader on that one.
She's saying that he was using steroids and no one knows but her?
I sat there when I listened to that and just shook my head, baffled, as if that has anything to do with the tea in China. I don't know where she's going with that. Maybe some of the other panelists have an idea, but I thought it was utterly ludicrous to go into other areas. To me, the most chilling part of the medical examiner's testimony was the second shot. Here, her husband is on the ground. He's been shot. He's been immobilized. One would think, and he's probably struggling for life, gurgling. The cold-blooded nature of that second shot, and Lori doing nothing, not trying to discourage it, and then the long delay after. It is crazy. Once again, her testosterone question reinforces the stupidity of her representing herself.
Benjamin, like you said, you got to keep it moving. And she seems to question everyone's occupation and how they do their occupation with these prosecution witnesses.
She has to do some defense, right? And so saying steroids, I think, like Mel said, you have to be a mind reader, but I think she's trying to say that maybe Charles was so strong here, trying to hurt Alex, that's why Alex had to kill him, because he had steroids in his system. But when you're a defense attorney or you're representing yourself, she has to put on some defense. Might not be the best defense out there. The defense might not make any sense, but she's trying her best to try to put some doubt. That's what she's trying to do, because she's hoping for one or two jurors at the end of the trial to be doubtful that, hey, it might have been self-defense, and vote in her favor. So she's just trying to throw out anything against the wall to put some doubt in these jurors' minds so they can vote for her at the end of the trial.
In an opening statement, she did talk about this relationship between Tylee and Charles and how he had been allegedly threatening and angry. So that's where my mind went when she tried to imply that maybe he was on HGH or something, even though that's not what they test for. So yeah, that could be a Hail Mary there. Rachel, one of our watchers, is asking, how does a prosecutor prepare witnesses to be questioned by the defense when the defendant is representing themselves?
Well, you coach them on what their job is, which is to tell the truth. And one, two, you also work to make sure that they do not feel the need to engage and to argue. And then 3, you really work with them on the questions the person could ask. Um, Lori has not been settled. She is trying to set up that Charles and Tylee had a tumultuous, violent relationship. So it's not it's not out of the question that the witness is prepared to say, look, if she tries to get down the path that Charles was, having some sort of steroid induced rage, just tell the truth. Don't engage. If there's an objection, stop, listen. And if you're not sure you can answer, wait for the judge to tell you to answer. So you really work with them to focus on telling the truth, stopping and listening to objections, and making sure that they focus on fair and accurate answers.
Guys, so far this trial, I would say the star witness, in my opinion, is Kay Woodcock. Thursday, facing off with their former sister-in-law. I'd like to know, Taylor, how you think Kay did on the stand.
She was awesome. I think in your follow-up interview on the record on Friday, you had Jerry on there and he called her a badass. And I would say that I would use the same word to describe her. I was kind of shocked that Lori only asked 3 questions. I think that was the first time we kind of saw Lori a little more timid or passive. She didn't really, I think she felt the uncomfortableness of having to face Kay after these 6 years, knowing what she did, knowing that, what she did to JJ, what she did to Charles. And so that was a very interesting stare down. But I think that Kay did a really good job of kind of humanizing Charles to a certain point, kind of piggybacking off of what Nancy Joe did last week too, and humanizing him and showing that he's not this belligerent, raging person that he was, because that's the complete opposite Charles that I knew. And I know that that's the complete opposite Charles that Kay knew.
And speaking of JJ, you mentioned him. The jury doesn't know, and I don't know if they'll find out, that she got rid of the service dog before they moved to Idaho. He had autism. The service dog, the doodle, was very important to JJ. Bailey, his name was, and ended up going with another family. But I think that would be huge for them to know. I don't know if that door ever gets opened. But Mel, what do you think of how you said that we're moving rapidly? Could we rest this case? Could the state rest by midweek?
I don't know that it will happen that soon. I still think there's some critical pieces to put together in the case. I think the challenge for the future is the witness list that she's apparently putting in. I think she's throwing in as many people that might offer some point that will support her. I suspect that most of her witnesses are not going to be able to testify because they're irrelevant. Trying to subpoena reporters from Idaho that have absolutely nothing to do with the case, again, reinforces the idea that I'm sure her legal advisors are trying to direct her, but it's become patently clear that Lori is non-guidable. She's going to make her own decision. And I think the case is moving way faster than I expected to. And I think each day, the impact of Thursday, the impact today, different points, the motive, the physical causes of death, I think they're all very compelling, or making a very persuasive case for the state.
Yeah, and we are starting to hear a lot about the children, her dead children, JJ and Tylee, today, and regarding Hawaii. Benjamin, what can be allowed in now, since these benefits have been discussed, and what does the defense, how do they counter that? How does she counter that?
Yes, if Lori asked a question that was previously precluded by the judge, and if she opens the door, pretty much the judge can allow all this evidence to come in, and it shows her motive. It shows her, what she was thinking in her mind at the time, and why she might have conspired to kill Charles Vallow at the time. So the judge is going to, kind of lean a little bit neutral, because he doesn't want this case to get overturned by the Court of Appeals if she is convicted. However, Lori is like digging herself in the grave, like Mel said last week, by asking some of these questions that are not relevant. They're opening the door and just putting pretty much the nail in her coffin by having these questions occurring. And now Trina K can go in there and just hammer it with the jury that Lori might have, conspired to kill Alex.
Or to kill, conspired with Alex to kill Charles. Now, you had said last week that there's a chance, hey, she might testify. Where are you at now on the prediction on if she does that?
I think she still has to testify. I know people always say in criminal defense, the defendant should never testify, but this is a desperate case, and she needs to get on that stand and look those jurors straight in the eye, all of them, and tell them why she didn't conspire with Alex to kill Charles. She needs to do that because right now with the autopsy, all these witnesses, and then you're going to hear from the Banner Insurance witness, this is going to really hurt her case. So in order to get, in with the jury, all she needs is one or two jurors to be like, you know what, I do believe her. And then you have a hung jury, and then you're doing this case all over again. So Lori's playing for the fumbles. She's hoping for one or two jurors to be on her side. But in order to do that, I think she does need to testify still and let those jurors know, see her heart if she has a heart.
Which leads me to this, Rachel, because this could be a trap and would be very well done. They've heard about the Social Security investigation here. And if she testifies, then they learn about her convictions, which is not just first-degree murder. It is also grand theft in both the cases of JJ and Tylee, and how she continued to collect Social Security benefits after they were murdered. So then what happens, everything they heard about Social Security, now they've basically been told, well, she was found guilty of this. I don't know if we'll get into the details of that, but if she testifies, something's going to get brought out.
It's very likely. One of the questions is, what did the judge rule when there was a hearing on what they call the 404B or the prior bad acts evidence? I don't know that we've seen that ruling come to fruition yet. It's very clear that Trina is keeping it very narrow, very focused on only what is involved with Charles, only what is involved with the money. We'll see if the court has allowed them to go further and if she's opened the door enough that the prosecutor's going to risk injecting that. So yes, if the court's allowed them to impeach her, question her about that during cross, the convictions happened after this murder. So some judges will say that conviction doesn't come in. Other judges will allow it in. We'll see during cross. That may be enough to keep her off the stand. I still think that Lori's going to try to testify, and the court has called her on it a couple of times in her questions. I think she's going to try to testify during closing. I don't think she's going to want to be cross-examined by the prosecutor.
Hey, Mel, what would you say to Lori about her closing arguments and how she can somehow give herself any chance of being determined innocent here?
Yeah, I have evaluated this. I think her task is going to be daunting. I agree with Rachel that if she takes the witness stand, what has been a very quick trial is going to be a prolonged trial. I cannot see her getting an on and off from cross-examine in days. There is so much ammunition, even in this limited Arizona case involving the death of her husband. I don't think anybody can say anything that's going to influence Lori. I think taking the case as her own attorney, she's been trying to interject her testimony. I know Benjamin speculates and thinks she probably will take the stand. I think it's a 50-50 toss, but if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to love it if she does, because there's so much ammunition that you've got. The challenge to the prosecutor is, where do I start firing?
Yeah, Taylor, what do you think about that? Where do you stand with testifying?
Yeah, I'm still leaning that she won't testify, because I've thought from the beginning that she was going to try to get her testimony out through questions, which we've kind of seen today. Even, Trina K has had to object to a line of questions where she's trying to testify. And I agree with Rachel. I think that she's going to try to testify in her closing argument and try to get stuff in that way. We saw it when Mark Sari was testifying about the Social Security benefits, and she's like, well, said something about did you investigate from the Hawaii office, when I tried to change something at the counter there, and it was quickly objected and sustained to.
Yeah. Benjamin, if she was taking the stand, though, how would she go about avoiding all of this tough cross-examination? I mean, just say she doesn't recall certain facts or things in the timeline?
Yes, I mean, she's gonna have to say she doesn't recall, she doesn't remember certain things, and I think she needs to put herself away from the murder scene and put pretty much Alex in the murder scene, and then there's Charles, who's the victim. But she needs to kind of distance herself in a weird way from Alex the best way she can if she takes a stand, and try to get sympathy from the jury. A lot of times, jurors are humans. They have husbands, they have kids, and she needs to try to convince, like I said, one or two jurors on that jury pool to be able to vote in her favor when they go back in the room to decide this case. Because I doubt she's gonna get all 12 jurors in her favor, but if she's smart and she knows that maybe one or two people, if she's listening to the questions and looking at them, and the jury, we can't see the jurors on right here, but she's in the courtroom looking at the jurors. So she's trying to get one or two jurors to vote in her favor. And hopefully, if she gets on the stand, that's what she's trying to do when she takes the stand, if she takes the stand and talks to those jurors.
So basically throw Alex under the bus and say that
Yes.
it was out of her control once he pulled out his gun.
Yes. I mean, because the prosecution is going to have all these witnesses hammering them. And she needs to explain to those jurors why Alex did this, if she knows why Alex did this. And she needs to distance herself away from Alex to show herself as the innocent person here, that she didn't really know what was going on. And it's going to be a hard hill to climb when she does it. But I think she needs to get some confidence in the jurors, to get one or two jurors on her side, to go back in the jury room to vote in her favor.
She's continued to ask multiple witnesses in cross-exam, did you personally see me conspire with my brother to kill Charles Vallow? Rachel, what do you think of that question that she seems to repeat there?
She's clearly trying to drive home the idea that there's no one alive heard her conspire overtly with Alex for Charles's death that's going to testify. So there are a couple of people that the state could have called, but they're not on the witness list, who were part of those conversations, and probably for several reasons the prosecutor in Idaho isn't using those witnesses. So she's trying to drive home to the jury, you're not going to hear anyone come into this courtroom and say they heard me. And I find her choice of words heard very interesting, because she's going to have an explanation for that iCloud that we know is coming in with a couple of witnesses that are coming on from Chandler. So she's trying to drive home that, they're not going to hear from a witness who's going to say they heard her say those things, that they're going to conspire for his death. And then she's going to probably try to come up with an alternative explanation for some of the texts that we know are coming in by way of the iCloud.
Heard or see, those are the key terms that she used, and you've been all through this evidence. I mean, aren't the text messages there pretty strong that, she is talking about things will come to a head. She's calling Charles, dark spirit, or doing energy work on them. Is that not going to translate to the jury? You've read all these messages.
Yeah. The prosecutor is a very experienced prosecutor. She's very knowledgeable. She's absolutely going to put it in context and lay it all out. She's doing it very, very methodically, very factually, and she's going to walk them right there. Lori's just trying to poke one or two in, because there are people in this world who are going to say, look, if somebody doesn't say it, if somebody didn't hear it, they're going to have a hard time with the idea of conspiracy. And I think Lori's really hoping one or two of those jurors are going to be one of those type of people who don't really understand conspiracy. They want a confession. And without those things, they just can't convict. But I think she's got a long way to go. But that's what she needs to try to do, is just poke some holes, get some people to say, well, I don't have enough, so I can't convict.
Well, we all know she was there before she left the scene of the shooting. It wasn't like she was outside in the driveway when the shooting happened. The kids were not in the house. So and we see this body cam video. I mean, maybe we'll see body cam footage of her being spoken to again by the officer with Chandler PD. Taylor, that body cam video, we've looked at it a million times where she's smiling about everything.
Smiling, and I think Mel said it earlier last week when we talked about it. You know, it's like almost like a plate broke instead of her husband being murdered. So that testimony right there, that's her testifying. You know, she can try to clean it up and, you know, put on the theatrics and inject emotion in front of the jury now. But 6 years ago, that body cam footage, it speaks louder than anything she could ever say or cry about in the courtroom.
Yeah, what did you think when you first saw it? We talked about your initial reactions to everything, finding out Charles was killed, but when the body camera footage came out.
Yeah, the body cam footage of all of it. I mean, even just Charles's body cam footage when he's saying, you know, she's not right, she needs help, and he's pleading with the officers for help to help him and get her some help. You know, it only vindicated that. And then seeing how Lori's flippant reaction is, you know, sitting on the hood of the car, sorry neighbors, joking, you know, that just confirmed my initial thought and reaction was that it was an ambush, it was planned, and it was clear that she had conspired with Alex to kill Charles.
And then last thing for Mel and Benjamin, Mel, you can go first, but if the jury does ask about JJ and Tylee, how would Lori object to that when they get into that sidebar and discuss what the jurors can ask?
Well, you move in limine to try to prohibit any reference to the death of the children. But again, I've got to think that if the jurors think they're still alive, the first thing I would wonder is why aren't they there? Why haven't they come? I again go back to Taylor's point, and I raised it last week. That body cam video is chilling to me. That shows somebody that could care less that her husband is laying there in blood. And I agree with Benjamin that the defense has got to be, you got to throw your brother under the bus. Anything you can do to show distance yourself from your brother, that your brother was the one that was being attacked. It's her brother that pulled this off, but the body cam video takes that away. I would think if my husband of 12 or 13 years was just shot to death, I wouldn't be able to go get a hamburger or go out with my kids and come back grinning from ear to ear. It's chilling.
Yeah. Benjamin, same question on the jurors' questions if they do bring up what happened to the kid.
Lori's going to have to object, and hopefully the judge won't let it in. I mean, that's what Lori just has to make sure that the judge does not let that in, because yes, what happens to the kids, that's going to be damaging to her case, and people might convict her based upon the fact that the kids are unfortunately deceased. But like Mel was saying too, the body camera footage, no matter what Lori says, no matter what Trina K says, no matter what anybody says, jurors love body camera footage. They want to see actual evidence of what happened years ago. And that's what's going to tell the story of how her demeanor was that day when she was first approached by the police officers. So she's going to need to kind of shut her mouth on some of these questions, so that way the kids' information of them being deceased doesn't come in. And she needs to be very careful when she approaches the witnesses on future questions, so that way she's not opening the door for that information. Because if they hear about that, I think it's over for her.
All right. To our guests, Taylor, Rachel, Benjamin, and Mel, we appreciate your time. It always goes by quick, but we're about to get ready for this motion hearing at 1:15. Thank you guys for being here to discuss the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. A lot of good questions we got from our people watching.
Yeah.
A lot of those questions, we asked straight to our panel because, we are in a different kind of game here. I guess the rules are different.
Well, they're different. They're unusual. Um, I think you and I have talked a lot about all of this evidence they have in this case. Um, I think it's interesting since they were just talking, the panel was about the body camera and how key that will be. Keep in mind, I think it's unusual that you have this much body cam just in general. You have body cam of her at the crime scene. You've got surveillance video of her being interrogated right after the shooting. Of all the things you don't have is, as Lori delicately pointed out, is you don't have a recording of her applying for these benefits, right? But yet you do have a recorded phone call, which we may hear after the break, of the life insurance, right? Life insurance records these phone calls. So when you hear that, and then later on, when you maybe hear her outside of the crime scene, I think those are going to resonate really. It's going to resonate a lot, I think, with the jury. Again, demeanor, as Mel pointed out, just listen to it. Just look at her. Just get a sense of less than 48 hours after the shooting, she's more concerned about the benefits for her and JJ than she is at the actual crime scene, learning that her husband is now dead on the floor inside of her home. I just feel like what the prosecution is doing is not only presenting evidence, but they're presenting a timeline that I think should be easy enough for the jury to follow when you're talking about motive, right? The money's great. Money is a motive for a lot of people, but seeing someone's demeanor and having that on video, I think is unusual. It's rare. And for Trina K, probably gold.
Visual and verbal, okay, the smiling and laughing, and then 2 days later telling the insurance agent, the claims rep, that this was an accident, that she's here to get her $1 million. And then obviously Kay has told you how she reacted when she found out she wasn't the beneficiary.
Right.
And then obviously with the Social Security scenario here. So yes, there's a lot. They might bring back the body camera footage again. They might bring in the surveillance of her at Burger King, and just this timeline of her not seeming to be worried at all. She's driving Charles's rental car right after the shooting.
Which, and I'm glad that the panel that we just had, they're kind of split on whether Lori will take the stand in her own defense or not. We're all kind of eagerly awaiting whether that will happen. But to that point, again, opening the door, is that something Lori and her legal advisor wants her to be subject to? Those lines of questioning regarding how come we see you acting this and saying this, but now you're telling us this. No. Legally speaking, this is why it would not shock me if she chooses not to.
Yeah.
And does she want to be the last witness in this entire trial? The lasting witness that the jury sees before you hear closing arguments and then deliberations.
All right, we're going to bring you guys to a motion hearing in about 15 minutes, so let's take a break. All right, welcome back. You're watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi, and we are just waiting for this hearing to begin. Basically, some housekeeping. And regarding the state's motion to preclude witnesses that Lori has noticed and intended to call. So we're going to see what they say about that. Let's take a look.
So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do that before I have to.
I think you said Mr. Did you say Mr. Moffat's testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't say.
Moberg.
Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Can I see the witnesses? Witnesses.
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra in plan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put.
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day, or why your brother wasn't arrested that day, or why it took however long for charges to be submitted, or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms,
In what terms then?
asking those specific questions. Those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day, so I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing.
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today, and you think you have a question regarding the timing or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
Then we have, well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes, and sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can quash it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email, and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So.
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as well. Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early. Let me ask my staff. They reprogram those headsets? All right, so we'll see. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. When we took our break for lunch, we had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe. And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Let me wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized.
Correct.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock.
Yes.
And then were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, just letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary anymore?
No.
Why not?
They're not the policy owner, so they would not be entitled to that information.
So again, the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes.
And was that call recorded?
Yes, it was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this? And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people calling
All of our
in.
calls are recorded, yes.
Claims Department. This is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Sure.
Claim?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured?
L. Charles Vallow.
And who am I speaking with?
This is Lori Vallow.
And your relationship to the insured?
He's my husband.
Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards.
That would be great.
Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please?
Sure. It's 8.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing?
July 11th.
And what was the cause of his passing?
Well, he was shot.
Okay.
So I don't know how I want to put that.
Okay. All right. And I hate to ask,
I know.
but is it?
Yeah,
you
I
can
know.
just say yes or no. Was it a homicide?
No, it was an accident.
An accident. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what state did he pass away in?
Arizona.
Okay. All right, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things.
Okay.
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is?
It's me.
And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address?
Sure. It's 55. Eight 5249.
Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence?
Email would be great.
Okay, and what is your email address?
It's Lori, Lori.
Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can do at this time?
That's it, I guess.
Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes,
And we hear her, you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
yes,
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
yes,
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide, was it a homicide, was it a,
correct, yes,
and so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
yes,
And she advised you it was an accident.
correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number,
Yes,
and her email address, the Lori for Style at iCloud account.
yes,
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
correct, yes,
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there, that's just what you guys have to
No.
do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on, the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with a cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No,
Would the letter have told her when that was changed?
no,
It just would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary. Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
no.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call, and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back, and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280. And if you can listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation. Maybe you can just let us know when you have heard and recognized that as the July 18th of 2019 call.
Yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 280.
280.
280.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call. Yeah. I missed you. Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up. Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy? Right, so I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80% and we added two people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner. Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, and with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time. Okay, so maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So. Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years. Oh, I'm sorry. So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money. Right, no, I understand that. But now I will be with none. So, but did he change it to one person, or was it several people? Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent. Okay. So got it. Okay. We deal with this business all the time, so I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised. Right. We have our 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together, so I am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
Well, I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community
No.
coverage. I mean, it's his
No,
policy.
this
He
is a
owns it.
contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any
Right.
changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the
know that?
agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he
Let
would
me-
have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up, okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
Just under Lori Vallow, it would be under Lori in Vallow. Because we have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Banner Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
Okay. It
yes.
might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies.
Right.
But I could call them and ask, I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you, have concern
Right.
if something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as
Correct.
I know on
Yes.
my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
Because what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
Well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's, if there's a contingent beneficiary named, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay. No, not a problem. All right. You take care.
Okay.
Bye. Bye-bye.
So in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow,
Yes.
and we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
Yes.
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes.
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was?
Correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary?
Yes, she did.
So you had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do.
Correct. We could not make any changes.
Regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your last interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down, thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on right up here, right in front here and be sworn in.
Please spell your name for the record.
Jeff, Jeff, Moberg, Moberg.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're gonna have a seat. Just walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS Crime Lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland, practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4 I will present and conduct mock trials.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. We have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do: tool marks, firearms, serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
So a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to fire one round with a single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to cycle the firearm. And what I mean by cycle is the process of loading a firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes a firing pin to hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward, so it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up, first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here, where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom, is where the magazine is inserted.
So, put Exhibit 77. Is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from?
That is actually showing the side of the barrel, that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up, and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about this in some of the different jobs that you do as a firearms analyst. When a person fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the projectile or the bullet?
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the primer. The primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face. This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock, so it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel, through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you were provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope. It's just a high-powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously, side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed before manufacture, such as what caliber is it? Is it a 9mm? Is it a 45, 40, whatever it may be? Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is it, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing, or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here. It is exhibits 235, 38, 40, 239, and 246. I'm going to let you sort of keep those, and I'm going to start with 246, the handgun.
Were you provided with that gun as part of a request to determine if you could, well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence. And then my initials and date.
Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239? And I believe you only had one of those.
That's correct. There's the one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking. We barcode everything. It's got our department record number, item number. I initial and dated it as I received.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77, what we see as 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, so 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, do these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The two cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now, what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes, so when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that, and it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now, when you first were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or traces of bullets going through the firearm.
So that would mean it was consistent with having been fired at least.
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has The same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed, round nose, full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed, full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it, but it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time?
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires, and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create?
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon?
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those 2 cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
Right. So the 2 cartridge casings, 238 and 240, were fired from the handgun you have up there, 246.
Correct.
You also, when you test fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected 3 bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those 3 to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
So the bullet that you were given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photos, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
The photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
Right, so ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross-examination.
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Is that okay?
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor, who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay. Thank you. So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into, so it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
What's your distance at that point?
Approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water, yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube for where that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get caught by the net.
Okay, so they don't land on the ground and roll to the, close to each other. Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of...
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was asking his
Hold on,
opinion.
Hold on. He can answer, if first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify?
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way?
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. Did it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? What is, or whatever it hits first? I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly, so it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you moved the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying that this gun, that those casings came from this particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March 4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Which side did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
Okay. So in order well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they could tumble through the air and again bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing?
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land?
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically, when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is a generalized area.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed, as it's designed, it will eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up, could change dramatically however you're angling it or turning it.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and see them, are you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh, no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight and uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down. All right, I have a question from a juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
All right, any other juror questions? Not seeing any. Follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness. All right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
Hi, can you spell your name for the record? Sandra, C-A-S-S-A-N-D-R-A. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had a reorganization I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into our family violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large-scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit, and I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit. So I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case, the on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours. But depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day, I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that's going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that, depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until, I believe, a couple years later.
Okay. Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already yellow crime scene about a house or two north and a house or two south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR 288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did. Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did from across the street.
Okay. When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
Okay. So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
So you said the female was Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car, and Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim, just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes.
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up?
Correct.
Okay. So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had had some discussion about kind of additional roles that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes.
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother-sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Ms. Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband-wife.
After you, or I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No. I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant, and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification, so it was clear that he was deceased.
So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her, we ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
Okay. So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes.
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So at this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving both of them back to the police station.
Okay. Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. It's not there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody and custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene?
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove. She was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving and she was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car, did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her to the police station, how long did that take, approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about.
And was she chatting away the whole time?
For the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter, Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, well, she did. She had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Okay. Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical, name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori, driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. Is it not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion of
redacted.
it?
Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know Lori's your first name, right? L-A-U-R.
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her, as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, talk to her about Do you recognize Exhibit 187, again, having your initials and badge number on it?
I do, yes.
And is that marked as clip 2, the portion of your interview where you about sort of moving into the house and some background on JJ and Charles?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Any objection?
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me. And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So that's just.
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
Disabilities.
That's right.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever show those threats?
She did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
She'd given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 40 code?
I did.
So even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles.
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she was talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
Okay. If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188. And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with Lori Vallow, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
So we'll move to admit Exhibit 188.
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
All right. 188. 188 submitted.
And if we can publish it.
Go ahead.
And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So she, I know it got cut off sort of in the end there, she told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, things are getting good in the courtroom as we have witness number 17 called on by the state. That is Detective Cassandra Inclan, Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects EP George Obi, as we are now wrapping up day 5 of this trial soon. Right now we have the afternoon recess or stretch break for the jurors who are getting a lot of information through this faucet of the interview that we know is about a 1-hour interview done at Chandler PD right after the shooting of Charles Vallow. They're getting a good look at Lori's demeanor that everyone is discussing.
Yeah, we've certainly talked a lot about her demeanor the day of the shooting, at the scene, in the hours that would follow during interrogation. So this is the prosecution's attempt now to kind of set that up. We heard a lot about money, life insurance, policy, all that stuff early. And now we're getting into the more nuance of Lori's demeanor, again, helping to set up, I think, what you heard earlier, which was the call to banner life insurance and that kind of thing. Now we're seeing this. Now we're seeing kind of where her mindset was on the day of the shooting. And again, this is where the jury starts to piece together motive.
Lori wants the whole interview played. She objected and says that the whole thing should be played. That's 55 minutes or so.
I would think any defense attorney would do the same thing. Play the whole thing, let the jury kind of make up their own mind rather than snippets of this video. You know, that it helps set clearly it helps set the narrative for the prosecution, but I can understand why any defense would be like, look, play the whole thing, let the jury kind of watch her, you know, and maybe they're thinking that the jury might see something in Lori outside of these little snippets being played that would give them the impression that she was maybe in shock.
I don't think it helps her though, because like Cassandra says, she was never emotional. This is, how many times have we heard nonchalant? You know, how many times have we heard that she was not emotional about finding out that Charles was dead? She doesn't come back to the scene, you know, running through the tape asking, where is he? How is he? I mean, she couldn't even fake it. You know, she was just happy to be there.
Right. And you're hearing from a detective who has been doing this for, as she said, 25 years. She's interviewed and had to break the news, I'm sure, to many people regarding a loved one that has passed. So she speaks from experience when she says, look, I didn't notice anything from Lori at any point, whether at the scene outside the home just minutes after the shooting or several hours later during interrogation. So the jury should be able to pick up on, you know, Cassandra, this isn't something that is new to her. She does this quite often. She even talked about how they typically do it, knowing that Tylee was in the van with them. She wanted to pull Lori out of the van in the event that Tylee wasn't aware that Charles had been shot and killed.
Yeah, and you have 20 minutes there. That is a great test to see, you know, how she's going to react, because she already was very nonchalant. That's what Inclan says. And then she's driving her to Chandler Police Headquarters for this interview, and she calls her very chatty. And they're talking about like Tylee and what school she might go to. Like they don't want to get into the details of what just happened, because you save that for the room for the interview, which is not even an interrogation room. Like, it's a very comfortable room. It's the Family Advocacy Center, because in this case, initially she's looked at as a victim of a crime that's happened or something that's happened. This is a chance for her to be made to feel comfortable. And still there's no emotion. Instead, she's getting into issues with Charles, marital issues, and things like that. And this time she also has his phone.
Well, if you're looking at the timeline of events and the timeline of today's witnesses, consider that the Banner Life Insurance, Robin Smith Scott, was brought on right before Detective Inclan. And remember, those calls to insurance happened after, you know, the interviews with detectives. So it's interesting that Trina Kay brought on the insurance part and played both phone calls prior to that. So now you have Lori's demeanor a week after the shooting. Now you bring it right back to her demeanor right after the crime. You're not seeing much of a difference. At least the jury's not seeing much.
Yeah, there's never at any point during this timeline in this week span of Lori's very shell-shocked and saddened and going through a depression that she's here to collect money, this $1 million insurance policy. And then on that call, we talked about her passive-aggressive nature and having a son who's 7 years old with autism, and she's been left with nothing, and that Charles owes people money, employees and such, because he ran his own business and people weren't getting paid. But you know, she doesn't really deal with that. She doesn't work, but she says, we're in this business. So I kind of understand what you're saying. We're in the life insurance business, and she's trying to pry and see what happened and who did he change the beneficiary to.
But JJ was still getting a check, right?
Yes.
So you had two checks, same amount, but yet The JJ, that wasn't going to change. That wasn't affected. It was the check that she was going to get, and then of course the life insurance.
Still 4K a month. She was going to get 4K a month, but this was huge. This was what, in this grand scheme, this conspiracy allegation, it's the $1 million insurance policy.
And again, the timing
That's what
of
she wanted.
again, Trina K, the timing of her with these witnesses was key today, especially this afternoon, because what better way, I guess, if you're the prosecution, is set up the money call first, then go back to the day of. We all knew this was coming. Again, we all knew, even Mel on our panel, we all knew that they were going to make an emphasis and a focus on her demeanor with law enforcement outside the home. And as Detective Inclon said, she wasn't even sure that Lori knew right away.
Because of how her demeanor was.
But then learned later on that Lori was at the house. Like the detective is learning this as she goes. And even she was like, I found that interesting that, well, how did Lori not know? She was at the home. She had to have known something bad happened, whether he died or not. But
Well, it's her reaction to the news. She may have known.
Yeah, and her
Alex may have told
non-reaction
her.
said more about, I think, the case than anything else. We picked up on it when we first saw the video years ago. I think the jury is going to pick up on it just as easily as the rest of us did.
Because they've seen her now smiling on the body camera footage. They've seen her with the sunglasses outside by the car. And now for them, this is the first time where they see her get to open up to the detective and talk about what was going on.
Yeah.
And still, there's no emotion there that would help her at all. So if she wants the whole interview to be played, I don't know exactly how that helps her.
I would think maybe muddy the waters a little bit, drag it out. Maybe less of an emphasis on that 2-3 minutes at a time, and more of an emphasis on the whole thing. But I'm not sure, as you've pointed out before, just read the body language. Just you don't even need to really listen. Just watch. So I'm not sure that would help her in any event. But hey, again, I'm sure her paralegal is telling her we should make the objection. Just on theater alone, we should just make the objection.
At what point did the detectives get suspicious, though? Because right now we're seeing all of this, and we know their case. They believe that she conspired with Alex to make this happen, to kill Charles. But at this time, they let her go on her way, and who knows how much investigating they did. They've absorbed this self-defense claim, and then you fast forward a month later, August 2019, and then another month later, September 2019. And by the time it's December 2019, the kids are publicly announced as missing.
Yeah.
When did Chandler PD really get on the ball with this conspiracy case? I'm curious to know that, because a lot of people follow this still blame them in some way, and it's not taking away what they're doing here and bringing the evidence. Obviously, the indictment came and they're testifying. They have 10 witnesses, but back then it was a different perspective. It was a different situation.
Well, and she cannot. Lori doesn't want to ask them about any of that, right? She wants to keep it self-defense. But I guess if you're playing devil's advocate, yes, would her non-reaction be enough of a red flag for them to investigate even further? To me, that would maybe be the first red flag, but even that's a stretch. Some people react differently to the death of a loved one than others. It's a common thing. Some people are very emotional. Some people keep it locked in. I don't know that there was enough within the first couple of days to suspect anything nefarious, at least on Lori's part. But the interrogation, I guess, would have led them down a rabbit hole potentially. That why is this woman not more broken up about it? But then, like you said, how quickly do they look at this as something that outside of the scope of self-defense? I don't know. Is a week enough? I mean,
you would think August 2019, when they spoke to Adam Cox, and Adam tells Chandler PD on the phone that she was having these strange beliefs. So Adam was telling them about how Charles felt and his concerns for his safety, and that they were going to have this family intervention. Kay and Larry had flown immediately down to Chandler to figure out what was going on. So you had this alarm from family members. But obviously, is that enough? Is that enough probable cause at the time? When did they actually get digital evidence back to look at text messages between her and Chad, or Charles's text messages? That may have taken some time, and by that time, Rexburg PD could have been looking at the disappearance of JJ and Tylee.
Well, and that is really where you start to, like you said, a month into it. Is it enough? Was Kay's, concern for the children enough? Was that enough to kind of push them over the edge? You're talking about a community that is, for those that aren't familiar with the East Valley of the Phoenix area, this is a community where religion plays a huge part in everybody's life. And sometimes that affects how you deal with grief. So I would think that the family, the kind of outsiders, whether it's Lori's brother, whether it's Kay, I think that is the point where maybe police thought, all right,
I hear you.
Yeah.
Like, I see what you're saying, but there's that cynicism.
And even then, the relationship between Alex and Lori, right? Because you're already looking at Alex, he's the shooter. He admitted to it. He said it was self-defense. You have to make that connection. Unless you can find evidence that Lori was involved in the shooting directly, then you start to have to make the connection between Alex and Lori, and then that's where the conspiracy part comes in.
Yeah. A lot to digest there, and still right now, Cassandra Inclan is on the stand. They're taking a break right now, and we'll be back shortly. But really another busy day from Thursday to now, another busy day in court to bring out the medical examiner's office, Dr. Bumgarner, getting through the autopsy. And then you bring in Mark Sari, who's no stranger to testifying in this case because he did in Idaho, and he's talking about the Social Security benefits and how Lori, he says there's no record that she reported a remarriage or a new marriage to a Chad Daybell, and she's collecting $4,000 a month. Also, she's collecting Social Security benefits on behalf of Tylee. So she had money, even without working, the money was coming in, even though she didn't have that life insurance policy. And then you hear the life insurance call and you talk to the claims representative in Robin Smith Scott, and now Inclan, witness number 17. A lot packed into this. Jury is getting the whole illustration of this conspiracy allegation that is very, very deep and goes all the way back to really January 2019, or I would say more into the spring when we were talking about, the Christina Atwoods, the Serena Sharps, talking about what Lori Vallow Daybell had been saying. That's still fresh in their mind. Like, I think for us, it's a rabbit hole. We have so much information archived on this case, but for them, it's really fresh in the span of a week.
Well, and we're talking about a case that is centered around 1 year. That's 2019. We know it bled into 2020 and continues on, but for this case in particular, all of the elements are within, again, a 10-month time frame. So I would think they're following along. Like you said, a lot was brought out today. And because we're within a week, not even a week of the trial starting, we heard earlier that the prosecution thinks they're going to rest by Thursday.
Rapid.
Yeah.
I mean, 21 witnesses to be called, and they have gotten 17, and Cassandra could be done today.
Yeah.
It depends on how much cross Lori has. Obviously, they're still going through direct. Maybe it bleeds into tomorrow. And then you have a few more. You have 4 or 5 more.
But she hasn't done a lot of cross. We've been monitoring it. We're surprised at some of the people she doesn't cross.
And times that she could have objected to
very much
hearsay,
so.
right? Because Cassandra's talking about information she was getting from her sergeant and just this whole exchange and how it led to the interview and how it led to the death notification. There's multiple times where she could probably object. I don't know if that's not her focus. Maybe it's a lot that you're multitasking with, trying to come up with cross-examination questions. I expect that we're going to get cross-exam. And then when we get into text messages, I expect that when Nate Duncan goes to the stand, the lead detective for the homicide unit brings out text messages, there's a lot to absorb. And again, we will not see a lot of cross-examination. Not a lot of objections, by her, because that's been the pattern.
Well, most of the objections we've heard in the last hour are just to the mere fact of she wants all of these interviews played in whole, right? We've noticed there are times when she could have objected. In theory, they would be overruled, but any defense attorney will probably tell you that you just do it for theater. You show the jury that you're aware and you want it on the record.
Don't just take this all in. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you try to cast that doubt.
Right.
You obviously don't know what the judge is going to say, sustained or overruled. Brittany Hennick has a good question. Can you please talk about how this was happening over like 3 states because it took a while to tie everything together? Yeah, so it all starts here in Arizona with the shooting and obviously the movement into Idaho and what happens there, but you also have Hawaii involved because as the kids are being searched for, finally there becomes an identification of whereabouts for Lori and Chad, and they're in Hawaii with no no confirmation that the kids are there with them. They're still considered missing, and Lori and Chad are not even considered suspects until sometime later, but they're persons of interest. So you have Chandler PD looking into their Charles Vallow shooting. Then you have Gilbert Police looking into this attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux, which we're going to get into that in the next trial. You've got Rexburg PD looking into the disappearance of JJ and Tylee because they were living at that Rexburg apartment. And you have Fremont County Sheriff's Office looking into the sudden death of Tammy Daybell. And she's in the ground. It takes all of these circumstances for them to say, we need a court order to exhume her body and really do an autopsy, because no autopsy was done. So there is so much. I'm not playing armchair quarterback saying Chandler could have done everything in the first month and maybe gotten a charge recommended for Lori and Alex. But being that family members were coming out of the woodwork quickly within the next month and saying that Charles had issues and Charles was worried about his safety, I just am curious to know when Chandler PD said, uh-oh, we may have a problem here with this Alex Cox specifically.
Well, and remember, Kay already testified last week that Lori didn't inform anybody about funeral plans, that Charles's remains were sent via FedEx. Again, the demeanor, right? The demeanor is like the underlying tone. I feel like that says it could tell a lot about a person. Where they may, obviously they can't play the Alex stuff, but we all know what was done in the interrogation of Alex. So you have these two people. It begs the question, like you said, did Chandler miss something in this case that could have helped, at least within the first month? Because we end up knowing what happened in September. We know that Alex dies in October, so there are things that in that month of August that maybe could have happened that could have prevented some of this.
Well, because in the timeline, they move right at the end of August into the first week of September. That's when they go to Rexburg, Idaho. And Tylee Ryan was murdered September 8th. That was the last time she was last seen. And for JJ, it was September 22nd. You have Brandon shot at in early October. Tammy is shot at, allegedly by Alex. A prosecutor says it's very clear. Alex shot at her, misfired, and then her death October 19th. And by the time they exhumed Tammy in December, that was the day before Alex just drops dead, December 12th, 2019. So everything happens so fast. So yeah, could Chandler PD have done anything to get to Alex before September? Right in that first week of September? Maybe that's obviously such a big what if scenario, an alternate timeline and universe. But July 11th to September, I mean, maybe. But here they are, with 10 witnesses trying to get justice for Charles. And so right now we are just waiting for Inkland to continue
we got about
her
2
testimony.
Minutes here. She's going to be back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And there, we expect her to probably be on the stand through the rest of the evening.
Yeah, we got about half hour left. So you can hear the movement now. Let's take you back inside the courtroom.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Please be seated. Go ahead and continue your direct.
Thank you. So Detective, when we broke, we had just watched Exhibit 188, a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Did you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes,
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
And do you recognize Exhibit 189, again, that says Clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview where you are talking to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion. Ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
Because he travels for business, and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter.
That's the full quote? Okay. So she advised that she booked a hotel for him.
So the audio wasn't on initially when that played,
Okay.
but there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
During your interview, did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct. Not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190. And do you recognize that, again, with your initials and badge number?
Correct.
As a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles was not at the house that night, he just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning?
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
190 is admitted.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night?
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30. When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191. And again, do you recognize Exhibit 191 as having been initialed and have your badge number on it?
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
The defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So, do you remember about what time we got there?
7:40-ish or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles was coming to Arizona.
Correct.
And she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.
Correct.
And that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. And do you again recognize that with your initials and your badge number?
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by Lori Vallow that she put JJ in the car, and eventually how she got Charles's phone?
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106 is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult. So anyway, so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. He was very particular about food. Like he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and a Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, and it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy and it was hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said just go, and so he said okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car, and this is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night, and I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother.
So in this portion, Lori Vallow told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ in the backpack out to the car?
Correct.
And that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages?
Correct.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct. Correct.
She said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother, Adam?
In
this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother, Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No.
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No.
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
Correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
It was out of order. Clip 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197?
Yes.
197 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
Yes.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes.
while she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot?
That's correct.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow where she talked about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she was outside,
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me to that, yelling at me to give him his phone still because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging it, swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, does she, or let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone?
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
Okay. When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 195. Do you recognize Exhibit 195?
I do.
And again, it's your initials and badge on that.
It is.
And is that portion of the interview where you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting?
Correct.
State will move to admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids, and so I just went outside and to see if they were in there. Okay, I didn't want them coming back in the house and all that was going on, and got Gigi in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
That's actually the wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay.
We're gonna play that one?
Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get to the kids, and so I just went outside and to see if they were in there. Okay, I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened, and I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school, and I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like,
So in exhibit, what we have as 195, is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car.
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with, what is code number? I think that is exhibit 194. Is that, again, a portion of this interview? We're talking about the shots, actually.
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it?
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
Okay, yeah.
he was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young. But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
So you heard the shot?
Mhm.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
Okay. So, again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not, no.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out, and again, he's demanding the phone, and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not, no.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 286. Have you looked at Exhibit 286 before?
I have.
And is your initials and badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had about throughout that Charles Vallow and her views on him,
Yes.
and repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow.
That's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
I'm not going to play it this time. Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Not playing it. Yeah, never mind. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and, at the time, Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded, and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we used the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me, and Lori and Alex were behind me.
What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point, like, calling people, but not that she needed to, like, do additional, like, death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant, and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us, and then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene, because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number.
I believe 2.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
Okay. After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside, and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me. And I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode. And I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
Okay. When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone, and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
Approach with 245. Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow and or Tylee?
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific report number.
And does that then tie in specifically to the phone that we've been discussing that belonged to Charles Vallow?
Correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said you used the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2018?
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan, when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett, once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year, 2019, or much later?
I don't know.
Okay. You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No.
Oh, we weren't there yet?
No.
Okay.
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No.
In the morning. So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer?
I believe so.
Or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay. At some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed medications that were in the house?
I believe so. And that.
And what did you instruct us about?
At one point, I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to save people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right. So basically, it's a crime scene and we can't really, but so try to get them for her.
Correct.
Okay. Did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we weren't going to be entering the house or items from the house. Search warrant. So nothing is going to be removed.
You were
I would wear a
and it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter.
I object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautheim being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any.
No one was running around hysterical, right?
Correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautheim? Sorry,
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided, and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim, okay. I'm going to write that in phonetically.
I'm going to again object
I'm
to
sorry.
your testifying.
So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct, that day? Officer Krautheim?
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
Now you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct, when I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come, my intention was to get you to come out of the van, and then you made a statement that you were there, you already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van, and you said, I was there, I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I say to you, I already know?
Sustained, that's the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive?
About that.
And we arrived at the station, and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself?
Correct.
Not knowing she was being videoed? Correct.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication? Correct.
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
An object asked and answered.
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child.
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
And I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate?
I did.
and introduce us to her?
We did.
And we spoke to her?
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex, is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way, it was me specifically?
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overruled. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home?
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red like SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep, is that correct?
Correct, it was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well?
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time, is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape, is that correct?
Correct, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school, is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes?
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct.
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene, and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well, and they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that when we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it?
I'm going to object to speculation and testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crime section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time-sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Okay.
Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold
3.
on, hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Right, so jurors are excused for the day, and it was a long
The jury is
day.
no longer present.
Right now, we have some housekeeping to go over with Judge Boreski.
All right, you can't phrase questions as your understanding or what you believe or what you remember. All those are forms of testifying, so you have to be careful how you ask your question. Also, I sustain an objection because of the reference to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station, over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement, and it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record. Let's have everyone ready at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of Charles Vallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's...
Go there.
You what?
I have to go see him. He doesn't.
So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested before it was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
Yeah. We can't utilize it if it's blank.
Well,
so
Mr. Dworkin says he can't open it at all?
It's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr. Dworkin as well.
Why don't you just tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff White.
All right. What's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way he's on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it, or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him, and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess, where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data, so I don't know it.
So it's not, is it?
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader. That's what I was working with Lonnie.
There is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
All right.
And was trying to do that this morning, and that's what I spent 4 hours doing this morning.
I think unless you have a Cellbrite account, you're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of. I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open. The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2, I think it is, and I think
they gave us. We didn't give you Cellbrite.
It's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery. With
that.
I'm sorry?
With the Discovery we just handed over?
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
No, I think that's right.
All right.
With the FDRs.
I'm not sure that that's
got two
correct.
different ones.
I think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Is there is there someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin can maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the disconnect is here?
Well, he should be, hopefully, in the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll be back home.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
While the state is nearing ending its case in chief.
I guess in theory it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dworkin or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin a contact point to try to figure out why, if it's a problem on this end versus that end?
I don't have anyone off the top of my head My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Okay.
Your Honor, she had an expert come to testify this about the gray key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
That is just the raw data.
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed, or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm going to have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to problem solve tomorrow sometime.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
And that wraps up day 5 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Now in recess. It was a long day. They went overtime a little bit, and we got some of that motion hearing, or we got some of the information regarding some data. Lori wants it all. She wants the data, but she doesn't even have this expert witness for this trial as it stands right now, Lonnie Dworkin. He keeps rearing his head. Lonnie Dworkin is mentioned, and so we left at that. The jurors have heard a lot today. Witness number 17, Cassandra Inclan. So there's a lot that's been covered. But before we get to that, talk about this long day in court. We have Fox 10's Lauren Clark standing with us. She's outside the Maricopa County Superior Court. A busy day, Lauren, and Lori Vallow Daybell. I think at one point I counted like 5 sustained objections. She is going in on Detective Inclan. I think some people are surprised that she's sort of going to this narrative that she and Tylee were not treated as victims when Charles Vallow was shot and killed. Just if you could give us the vibe of what court looks like as people come out of this exchange, coming out of the courthouse this afternoon.
Hey there, Justin. Yeah, you know, another packed day in the courtroom today. And as you mentioned, really front and center of people's minds, not only people inside the courtroom, but also people who are watching as well on the live streams. Those folks have really pointed out just the line of questioning when it comes to Lori Vallow Daybell, who's representing herself in this case. Her lines of questioning sometimes a little questionable, not really exactly sure what she's trying to get at for some of these topics. For example, when she was talking to the investigator for Social Security, asking a lot of questions that he was really confused over, and he needed clarification. And this went on actually for about 5 or 6 or even 7 questions at one point. Him asking her, not exactly sure what you're asking me here. Can you repeat this question? And then, as you mentioned, also trying to ask in this line of questioning the idea that her and Tylee weren't being treated as victims in this case. She was also given some warnings by Judge Boreski there to make sure that she is not testifying herself while she is doing cross-examination. That's improper. She shouldn't be inserting some of her thoughts or beliefs or side comments in these types of issues. So we've certainly seen quite an interesting perspective here from Lori. It's not exactly sure what she's going to be using for her case theory here, what she's going to try to tie all together in a bow. It seems like she's trying to go with the self-defense angle, and then also it seems like she's trying to push something with how the police were treating her and Tylee. But again, we're still not exactly sure what Lori is trying to do in this case on her behalf and her defense.
And thank you so much for your report. We saw handful of witnesses today, and it will be interesting to see when the state rests its case, because right now with 17 witnesses out of the 21, obviously we're going to continue cross-examination tomorrow, but we could see where this goes around Thursday and who Lori Vallow Daybell will actually call as a witness. We know that she's got a long list of items she wants to get to. Now you all, the media out there, were able to catch up with someone from Idaho who was instrumental in the Idaho case, Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg PD. And for him to come out here, with another detective as well. It just shows the impact of this case, even though now he has, there's nothing else for Idaho to do for authorities out there. You guys were able to talk to Hermosillo. Let's listen to Bite 16, Robert.
To see Daybell representing herself as someone who has worked this case in Idaho.
It's interesting. It's kind of what I expected it would be. I watched a little bit on TV, but I'm just down here to support Colby and Kay and be here for those guys.
As someone who knows Daybell well, what is it like to watch her act as her own attorney and cross-examine people?
Like I said, it's kind of what I expected. I've listened to her speak before. I kind of know kind of the way she is, and so to hear her and to hear the things she's saying, some of it's surprising, just on areas on what she's going towards and the questions she's asking, but overall, I think that's Lori.
Why was it important for you to be here to support people like Kobe?
Because we've been through this together for 5 years. I've gotten to know Colby really well, Kay, Larry, everybody. So I'm just here for them, and I think it's important. They need to know that.
Justice is something that law enforcement works towards. What would it mean to see justice here in Arizona?
I mean, it's all part of the same thing, right? From Idaho to here. And so it was important for us to get justice there. I think it's just as important here.
All right, so you just heard from Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg PD. We are moving right along, guys. You guys are not getting coverage like this right after the stream of the trial. We just heard from Fox 10's Lauren Clark on the ground, able to talk to Ray Hermosillo, and here we are letting you guys listen in to that. It was quite a day. Again, we are breezing through these witnesses. Lori Vallow Daybell definitely had a lot to say in her cross-examination with Cassandra Inclán, one of the, I would say, not the lead detective here, but one of the main detectives, the person that interviewed her in that room, and she says she treated her like the victim. She was in the family advocacy room. She was not in the interrogation room at all. As for Tylee as well, but Lori is basically making it seem like there wasn't even permission given to interview a minor and trying to switch this around a bit.
Right. And she made it clear, the detective did, that this was not a DFI, which is a dedicated forensic interview. Tylee was not a suspect in any event. She was, as the detective put it, a witness to all of this. Therefore, they treat those individuals differently. It's more of a, hey, what did you witness, more than them grilling you, trying to find maybe, more evidence to the case to help them. So she clarified that. Again, I see where Lori was trying to go with that, but the detective was quick to, I think, pick up on it.
All right, we got another guest on the line. It is Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. And for those of you watching, wish Nate a happy birthday, a very happy birthday.
There you go.
And he wouldn't spend it any other way than in court for the Vallow Daybell trial, right?
Trial, yeah.
Third year in a row that I've spent my birthday with this case, so hopefully third and final year.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, to say that just sounds crazy. For 3 straight years, you've been in a courtroom for your birthday, but obviously you were part of that crew, talking to Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo and how he says that why it's important for him to be here for victims, for the family, seeing it all the way through. I mean, there's an attachment that you get, that we get to this case, but what do you get from today's busy day? We are almost there.
There were several key points. One of the things that I found fascinating is that Lori decided not to cross-examine the woman from the life insurance company. They played the phone calls of her calling and asking questions, and Lori didn't have anything to say to that. I thought that was interesting, and the jurors got to hear that Lori clearly was trying to get that money, but she didn't qualify for it because she wasn't the beneficiary. Also, the fact that came right after the Social Security inspector testified that Lori went in, filed for the money to get for her and for JJ, and then tried to make it sound as if the Social Security may have messed up and given her the wrong benefit, that he came back with, no, this is something you applied for, and then we determine if you qualify. So just a couple of moments today focused on the money aspect of the case.
And yeah, a lot about the money, but there is no record of her reporting to SSA that she got married. And as we know, she kept on collecting the benefits even after the kids were murdered. But there's a lot that the jury doesn't know. So, but yes, a lot of focus on the money. What would you take from her cross-examination, though? Is she learning anything? Is she getting better at this despite, the several objections sustained?
She seems to have different approaches for different witnesses. You were just talking about Detective Youngklin this afternoon. She really was trying to drill down on how Lori was treated at the scene and did she get permission to talk to Tylee. Whereas other witnesses, she has a more reserved, held-back approach. So I think it just depends on the witness, what you will expect to get from her.
Yeah, and the jury is getting to see her even back in 2019 now. They see her act as her own attorney. They see her as the mom. And as the, quote, nonchalant wife in that interview room, there was talk of why these portions were played. It's like a 55-minute interview. I don't think they're going to see all of that.
Well, it's interesting that Lori wanted them to see all of it. The judge said no, at least based on the rules she was quoting. Will Lori come back and on her defense play the whole thing? I don't know if that will hurt or help her. She says that the whole thing should be played to give it context. But that could end up hurting her, or maybe it will give more context.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting to see how this is going to play out, and she's going to continue cross-examination tomorrow, and we have been talking about it. We were trying to predict the timeline last Friday as we were eating together of when this wraps up, and the state is already saying by Thursday, yeah, we'll pretty much be done, and yet Lori wants to talk about Lonnie Dworkin.
Yeah, will she bring in that? Will the judge allow that expert? And the prosecution has repeatedly said, listen, this is filed past the deadline. The judge insinuated toward the end of today's hearing that maybe the evidence and the witnesses won't even matter for this trial, but looking ahead to Brandon's, maybe they will. Kind of like, okay, get your ducks in a row now for the next trial. He might not even allow any of her witnesses. And if the state rests on Thursday, Lori comes back and does the defense Monday, then closing arguments, and there could be a verdict by midweek next week.
And we're already talking about second trial, June 2nd, and how they're going to conduct jury questionnaires and all of that. I mean, this thing, Judge Boreski is not playing around. We are moving at a rapid pace. Any other thoughts that you noticed? I mean, I think it was interesting. He's admonished her again and said, you keep doing this in your line of questioning where you testify.
Yeah, I think we were all kind of picking that up, and I don't know if she just can't help herself or she deliberately knows she's doing it and wants to sneak it in. Trina Kay has repeatedly objected. There were a lot of objections today, and the judge, overruled and went along with it. We'll see how she treats the next few witnesses, and then if she decides to take the stand, how she will handle the pressure of being cross-examined by the prosecutors. That'll be interesting.
All right, Kay, good to see that you, why did I say Kay? Thinking of Trina Kay. Nate, good to see you had some Idaho support in there today on your birthday. That timed up well, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night with Courtroom Insider as another year around the sun covering this case.
Thank you. Good chatting with you. Appreciate it.
All right, Nate Eaton there. We wish him a happy birthday. Thank you to everyone watching. George, a lot of questions, a lot of information. Where we stand now as we head into day 6. Why does it feel like it's been more than 6 days?
We thought we had a packed week last week. We start off Monday with a bang. Everything from a juror showing up late this morning to we had some technical issues on our end, which we fixed, to now we're getting into the meat of this idea that this was premeditated and Lori's demeanor. And then we'll start tomorrow with Lori still cross-examining a witness.
Yeah, and she is going to get to the big detectives.
Yeah.
She's going to get to the lead detective. She's going to get to the former lead detective, Nate Moffat, who was promoted during the investigation of this case. We're going to get into more of this. We are going to record our On the Record episode. I think this is episode 8. So we've been recapping every day of trial. And obviously we got the bonus episode Friday with Kay Woodcock. So if you guys haven't watched that, a lot of people are watching that long conversation with star witness in the case and Charles Vallow's sister. But I appreciate you guys watching. Subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. We're back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Again, you are not going to get coverage like this. We are just wall to wall. We are nonstop. We barely leave this room. We go for bathroom breaks
Yeah.
and caffeine. And then we're back here watching with you guys and chatting with you all and getting our panel ready. So we thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.